Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I hope everybody's having a great day today. It's Monday, so let's head down to the farm and do some farming. Uh, yeah, just load it up here. Oh, I don't know if anybody else has this problem, but I've been having a lot of problems with the scroll wheel on my mouse. And I don't think it's the mouse itself because I've noticed it happen on a different computer. Uh, so I'm wondering if maybe it's something to do with Windows or something, but I don't know. It's being a pain in the ass, though, I can tell you that much. So I've also had this weird problem lately of having to refresh Twitch a lot. It's like it's not automatically refreshing or whatever like it normally does. Uh, so we got to finish getting this straw picked up. Looks like over here might be where I stopped at last time. Then I gotta figure out what I need to plant next. Because, of course, I don't remember. Now, as far as tomorrow's stream goes, I haven't made up my mind yet whether I want to do No Man's Sky Pirate playthrough or if I want to do SnowRunner. Because I know last week I did Pirate No Man's Sky and got the Pirate Dreadnought. And I think towards the end of stream I was working on getting some pirate frigates, but I think I got like one or two of them, but they're all the same. None of them are like there's no variety in them, so I think I got all I needed as far as that goes. But I could still use some more frigates, so. Don't know if I want to work on that or I might jump back on SnowRunner though. And we got a full load, so we'll just dump this into the silo. Maybe eventually I'll get a pig food mixer to start putting stuff in. Because I know I've got some silos. I don't know if there's any in vanilla game, but I'm pretty sure I've got some mods. I think there might be like one mixer that's vanilla. But I think I've got some better ones that are mods. But you just put all the various ingredients in it and it mixes it into pig food. Which I might, probably won't be this week, but sometime over the next couple of weeks I might do some space engineers on stream, because I'm sort of getting things figured out. Of course, there's still a whole lot I don't have figured out, but I think I'm pretty much getting some of the basic gameplay mechanics and stuff figured out now. Head to the other fields. Yeehaw. Pick up this little bit right here. I'll say, why did they leave that little bit? But I see it's full already. So we'll unload this. Yeah, there's some more. Which, while this is unloading, let me look at the menu here and see what it is I'm needing. So we got barley, we got corn and sugar beet. So I need, what else is it I need for pig food? Let me look here and see. Corn, wheat, barley, canola, sunflower, soybeans, potatoes, sorghum, or sugar beet. Let me look at, here we go, this will tell me. So I've got some corn. I could also do sorghum. I might do some sorghum. I'm just done barley. And we got sugar beets, so I need to do either soybeans, canola, or sunflowers. I'll probably do soybeans. because I think I get the most yield out of soybeans over the other two. I know canola, I think, has the least amount of yield. So I think canola has the least, then sunflowers, then soybeans, I think, has the most out of those three. But I could be wrong. I've not really done the science to figure out that for sure, but from what I have done, that seems to be the case. And then after that, I might do sorghum. Which you can get. It's like a syrup, but it's sorghum, and it's got a real sort of bittersweet taste to it. I had some a long time ago. But it's got a consistency kind of along the lines of like honey or molasses or something. And it, but like I say, it's got a very bittersweet taste to it. I actually ended up never even using a lot of it. I used a little bit of it here and there, but I ended up throwing a good portion of it away. I mean, there's plenty of recipes that used it, but I just never did make any of it. Eventually, I guess we'll get to feed the pigs. It might be a year or two. But they'll get fed eventually. And like I say, it's not like they actually will starve, but they just won't produce anything. I don't think they mature at all, and they won't produce anything. So it just kind of halts anything going on with them. Which I might ought to consider, now that I got a little money, getting a slurry spreader if I don't have one, because I don't think I ever got one. Take a look here right quick. Alright, let's see. So slurry. Edge, how much? I forget how much horsepower this thing has. 220. So I'm probably only going to be able to get one of the smaller ones. Actually, that one looks like it might be just what we need. Only requires 165 horsepower to run. It works in 15-meter widths. Yeah, because that one's over our horsepower. But that in cost almost 10 grand more than what we've got. So I guess we'll wait on that one. So once I get another load full while I'm unloading, I'll look and see when I need to plant the soybeans. I'm probably past the season to plant them. Or not quite. So I want to think well, it don't matter. I'll look when I get done. This next load of straw here. So I'm thinking maybe I ought to start thinking about swapping maps sometime soon. I mean, I was planning on getting the rest of these fields, which I might still do, but I'm starting to think it I know, because I was going to do the dairy sheep one now. I'd almost forgotten about that. Load that. Now let me look and see when we can do soybeans. Yep, they're planted in April, so a long time. And sorghum, it's planted in April too. And if I plant anything else, it won't be ready to harvest till after it's time to plant the soybeans. I mean, maybe I could do grass. I might do that. I might do, since I want to get the dairy sheep, I might do grass, and then I can just put that in storage in the silos so that I'll have some when I get around to getting the sheep pen that I can be feeding them. Which I'll need a mower. I've got some cheap mowers for mods that I could use, or maybe get a standalone mower. There's a couple of them I've got as mods too. Which one of them might be better, because then I won't have to windrow it or anything. Because they windrow it as they mow. So I'll get another load here. When I go unload it, I'll look at the mowers right quick in the menu. Because I got one that I think can be set for different manufacturers, and I think Massey might be one of them. That can kind of match the tractor. And I gotta figure out exactly which sale point it is I need for the dairy milk as well, or the sheep milk. Because I got one thing it's actually not a sale point, but it's more like a production point where it makes cheese and stuff. But I need the sale point itself, and I never can remember which is which. So while this is unloading, I'll go into the menu And look at the mowers. Mowers. So there's that one. There's a John Deere, but I think I got, yeah, this one. The AGCO. As it can be said, it's Case, Challenger, Heston, or Massey Ferguson. And it mows and puts it in nice little rows to be picked up. So that's 100,000. And then we got two headers here. Each one's 30 foot. Not sure what the difference is. Swath ready maps? I don't know. And conditioner. Okay, so that dries it into hay, which I don't really need to do. And that's only 16, so one of these should work fine. Not sure what the difference is. Swath ready maps. I wonder if that's mod maps, maybe? I don't know. So that's going to be 125,000. And I already forgot now how much the slurry tank was. I was going to get 77.5. That'd be roughly a little over 200,000, I think. Just guesstimating. Probably be a little over 200. Might be a little under it, but I think it's going to be a little over. Yeah, it should be over because 125 and then 77. So yeah, it's going to be like 202 something. And then that doesn't include the sheep pen, the sheep, and the sale point. So yeah, actually I guess we do got a ways, quite a ways to go if we're going to do all that before switching to a different map. Actually, you know what I might do? I might sell all the chickens and the chicken coop and whatever eggs I got. Also, got full right on the end of that row. That rarely happens. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna get rid of the chickens. Because I've only sold eggs a couple of times, I think. You don't get a whole lot out of it. I mean, you get okay out of it. It's not. My sinuses are. You can probably hear me whistling a little bit, but I don't want to take a Benadryl because they tend to knock me the hell out. So. And I don't want to be falling asleep on the stream. Done that in the past. So yeah, I think when I get done getting all this straw gathered, I'm just gonna sell the chickens and what is going on there? You notice how that next row keeps changing? That's weird. Which if Giants is gonna stick to a 3-year release schedule now, because you know they used to do it every 2 years, and then in between they would release like the mobile version, the smaller version. And then of course it went from 19, as if they had stayed on that schedule it should have been 20 Farming Simulator 21, but they went 3 years instead and came out with 22. So if they stick to that 3-year release schedule now, then the next one should be Farming Simulator 25, but it should come out I think this year, because FS22 came out I think in 21, because I think it comes out in like the fall before the year that it's numbered as. So I had to start keeping an eye open to see if there's any kind of, because I haven't really seen anything. Of course, I haven't really been paying that much attention because there's some channels and stuff that I used to watch and keep up with that played Farming Simulator, and I haven't really had time to keep up with them that much. So it's been a little while since I've watched them. There used to be quite a few YouTube channels that I kept up with regularly, but I don't have time to keep up with them anymore. A few of them I still try to keep up with, but only a couple of them. Because I'm either streaming or working on stuff, or I'm watching other streamers. Which now that I'm a VTuber myself, watching other VTubers ain't all about just watching them for fun anymore. I mean, it's still, I still really enjoy watching them just like I did before. But now I'm also kind of keeping an eye or an ear out for anything I might could learn from watching them too. So. But yeah, it's still just as fun as it always was to watch them. But yeah, it's like with this past week, I streamed my normal 4 days, and the time I wasn't streaming, I was downloading or uploading VODs. Now, of course, yeah, I can do other stuff while I'm doing that because I'm basically just waiting on it to do it, but I have to kind of keep an eye on it in case the internet, cuts off momentarily or something and stops the download and all that. So I have to kind of, it's not like I can just turn it on and then walk away, so I have to kind of keep an eye on it. And it usually takes a few hours for each VOD. So usually, if I'm good at keeping up with it, like during the week, although a lot of times I have to wait for some stuff to go through before I can even initially download it. But yeah, if I'm good at keeping up with it through the week on the times that I'm not, or during the times that I'm not streaming, then a lot of times I can be done by late Saturday evening or Saturday night, and then Sundays I get to pretty much just relax and do whatever I want to do. But sometimes if I'm having a little bit of internet trouble, or if I get disconnected from Twitch during a stream and I have to stitch VODs together or something, sometimes I don't get a break. Sometimes I don't get done doing all of the off-stream work until late Sunday evening or Sunday night. And of course, most time during the mornings, I'm busy getting ready for the stream for the day. Which not all of it's directly related to streaming. It's, fixing myself something to eat, getting tea ready, getting all my stuff together. Maybe I'm putting together something to snack on while I'm streaming or whatever. And usually while I'm doing all that, I'm trying to clean up the kitchen from the previous day, or just trying to stay ahead and kind of clean up as I go when I'm cooking stuff or whatever. And then, of course, I got other stuff around the house that's got to be done regularly too, so. Try to multitask when I can. But I do need to get better at time management. I'm not the best at it. Which one thing I will have to admit I have been kind of bad at is not setting enough time aside to try to learn some stuff that I've been wanting to learn. So I need to get better at doing that. But sometimes it's just hard to get my brain in the state that I need it to be in to be able to really try to learn something. Because if I'm a little tired or distracted or just not feeling it or whatever, then it's hard to get my brain to absorb the information. I just kind of get distracted and it goes in one ear and out the other. I guess everybody goes through that though. But it's like this morning I had a few minutes and I happened to think about the other day when I was talking about how I used to read scientific papers and stuff sometimes, and I took a few minutes earlier today to look up any websites where you could go and read that kind of stuff, and apparently there's a lot of them now. Used not to be very many, and a lot of them would have stuff behind a paywall, so you'd only be able to read like the abstract or the summary of a paper and not the whole paper itself unless you paid for it. But it looks like there's a lot of websites now where you can go and find the entire papers for free, which is cool. Because to me, that's something that should never be locked up behind a paywall, is knowledge. Now, granted, I get, where you have schools and stuff where you've got teachers and people have to be paid and stuff like that. Yeah, you got to pay for stuff. But as far as just, also offering stuff freely, particularly on the internet for, people that want to just do self-study and not necessarily any kind of structured learning, I don't think any of that should be behind a paywall. And it used to be more like it. It used to be, pretty much anybody you could go to a library or I think some colleges back in the day even, you would be able to just go and freely study anything you wanted to. You may not get, which there are ways you can still do that. There's, because I remember when I was in college, there was a thing you could do. It was called an audit, where you would audit a course, so you would be able to go sit in a classroom, do all the work and everything, but it didn't cost you anything, but you also didn't get any kind of credit for it, or anything, so you got no college credits or anything for it. And I think some colleges at least still do that, but yeah, I think knowledge should be made available to anybody regardless of whether or not they can pay for it. And like I say, maybe you don't get some of the added benefits that comes with it, like, college credits or whatever, but you should still be able to gain the knowledge. And, I get having to pay for a book too, because, somebody's got to print the book and all that, make the book. And outside of textbooks, books aren't all that expensive. Textbooks are hella expensive, though. Although sometimes you can find used textbooks or textbooks that may be slightly outdated, like maybe it's one or two previous versions from the current version back, and maybe you can find those relatively cheap. But like all my college textbooks, I pretty much kept all but maybe two or three of them, which there was one I never did buy, even when I was taking the class that required it, because it was like $250. I don't know, it's really expensive. And only needed it for one class and was not going to need it for any other classes that I might take in the future. And plus, at the time, if there was something in a book that I really, really needed to see, I had a roommate that had the books, so 'cause he was taking the same class. So I didn't bother getting that one because I needed the money for living expenses and stuff at the time. So, you know, for a college student, $250 could go a long way towards some groceries or something. At least during that time. I don't know about now. Looks like some little bits of hay in right in there. Ain't no way in hell I'd ever get that. Not with a piece of machinery. I might have some hand tool mods I could get that with, but I noticed there was a couple little spots over here in this creek too. Well, it ain't a creek, it's just a hell, it ain't much more than just a drainage ditch. Yeah, shit, I just now remembered there was a couple things I was going to look at on like Amazon or somewhere to see how much it cost, and then I forgot about it before stream. I have to remember to do it later. Backed into that damn tree. Yeah, we're getting there. I don't really need all this straw. How much do I even have now? I'm sure it's a lot. I'm still looking at the calendar. Straw. Yeah, hell, I've got almost 500,000 liters. That little trailer I got, I'm trying to remember now if it was an auto load or not. I can't remember. Thinking it was. So I think that's what I got to get the eggs with to sell. If I get rid of the chickens and everything, I might be able to get rid of that trailer too. Of course, it wasn't expensive, so I'm not going to get very much out of it, but I get a little bit back out of it anyway. Because with planting the grass, I don't think the grass is depending on the seasonal thing. It might be, but I'm not sure. I know I planted some before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not, because if you look, yeah, see, grass, pretty much you can plant it anywhere between March and December, and you can harvest it anytime. So, but I think, the speed at which it grows, I don't think is as dependent on the seasons as the other stuff either. Is what I was getting at, I think. I think it still grows kind of year round. But I could be wrong on that. Ain't no harm in trying it, I don't guess. Might waste a little bit of money on seed and whatever, but it's a long time between now and April. It's like 10 months. So surely the grass will be ready to mow within 10 months. So I like that they changed grass to make it a bit more like the regular crops, because it used to be in 15. Can't remember if it was the same in 17. I think it was a bit different in 17, but yeah, I think it was. But like in 15, if you planted grass, basically all you was doing was deleting the field. So if you wanted to plant anything else there after getting grass, you would have to basically create a new field again. But then they changed it so you could plant grass and it wouldn't delete the field itself. It just acted more like one of the other crops that you could always just plow up and use the field for something else if you wanted to, without having to actually go in and completely remake the field. Which the sort of drawback to that as well was that if you did want to delete part of a field or something, you would actually have to use a mod or something that would delete it. Because that's the way it worked in 17, because there was this thing that looked like a roller that you would use. It was a mod to basically delete the field. Now, when 19 came out, because 19 had was the first one to have the terrain manipulator tool, I believe. And with that, you could use that to delete field in the same way in this one. So which I'm gonna take a quick outhouse break, and I will be right back. All right. Yeah, and hopefully between selling the chickens and everything related to that, and the passive income we get from the solar panel and the wind generator, maybe by the time the grass is ready to harvest, I can afford to get that mower. I mean, if worse comes to worse, I could just lease it, but I kind of hate to do that because I'm probably going to need to harvest grass on a regular basis because sheep don't eat a whole lot, so. What the hell happened there? That was weird. It was like for no reason, the camera just flopped to pointing straight down at the tractor, and then it started showing me the keyboard controls instead of the... Yeah, who knows? Which, this may be a bit of a hot take. This is just my opinion. But honestly, in my opinion, I think that FS19 was a little bit better game. I liked it a little better than I do FS22. But we'll see. What happens when they come out with the next one, because next one may be better than both of them, who knows. We just have to wait and see. It's weird because the way I had the camera angled like right in there, it kind of almost looks like the door on the tractor is open, but it's just the way the mirror and the little light stalk and everything is lining up. Which If I ended up a little bit shy on money, I could always sell a little bit of this straw as well. I mean, I ain't gonna get a whole lot out of it, but yeah, I might be able to get enough out of it to put me over the top to get what I need. Like if I want to get that mower or something. And I'm a couple thousand shy. Might be able to swing that. And still have some straw left for making slurry. Which until I can feed the pigs, they're not going to make any more slurry anyway. Which is a little bit weird, but of course that's this, with this modded pigsty. I'm not sure if the vanilla one in game works that way or not. I don't know that I've even used the vanilla one in game. Which while this is unloading, let me go into the construction menu here. And see if I can figure out which one of these I actually need to sell the Dairy Center. Okay, so I think that's what I need. To sell the there's another one that where you take it to that turns it into cheese, but I don't. Maybe that one's under shit. That one might be under factories. Let's look and see here. Because I want to make sure I get the right thing. Not waste money on shit I don't really need. So I'm just looking at the bottom. Okay, sheep cheese factory. So that when you drop the milk off and get the cheese, I think there's a different one though. One that looks a hell of a lot like the other building. Well, I guess that was it. Okay. Just still need to buy that little piece of land over there. Where I was going to put that. Let me look and see how much that is. Let me go over here and go to the map. Go into land, and this one, that's 140. So let's see, I was already looking at like 202. So I'm still looking at expenses of anywhere from 350 to 400,000. It looks like rough ballpark. So yeah, by the time you figure in the sheep pen and the sheep, yeah, it's probably gonna be closer to 400 grand. Because the 202, that's just the mower and the slurry spreader. And then with that land, it's going to end up being like 340 something, I think. Near enough 350. Let's say. And you got the sale point. Might do a little landscaping. You got the sheep pen and the sheep. Plus you got your regular expenses in between for maintenance and all that bullshit. What is that little black spot right there? So yeah, I guess might as well just say you got another 400 grand of stuff to get, and then like I say, I think once I get all that set up and going, then maybe from there the goal should be make the first $1 million without buying anything else other than just, doing the maintenance and, having to buy your seed and all that shit. And then once I do that, then switch to another map. Bit of a tight little turnaround spot here with this trailer. You got the trees right close to the road on the other side there. So I could also think about maybe switching around my lineup a bit. I don't know. Which one thing I was considering possibly doing for an anniversary stream, which hopefully I can do, because if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be on a Sunday. And typically on the weekends, my internet's a bit more sketchy. But I'm going to try it at least. But what I was thinking I might do is have a kind of a variety day where I kind of go through and play a little bit of all the different games that I've played since I started streaming. But I don't know. Which if I do end up doing that, I'm not going to play on any of the regular stream saves. For that, I'll play on which for a couple of the games it won't really matter, but for some of them like this and some of them may not. I may play on a different save or something. who knows? I'm still considering my options. And then I think my birthday stream, I think that's going to fall on a Monday, so still not sure what I want to do for that, what I'm going to end up doing for that either. Yeah, I don't know. I've floated a few ideas, but I don't know, I'm not really feeling that sure about any of them. I don't know, maybe what I should do is look up and see if I can find some, you know, birthday streams from other VTubers that have happened before and kind of look through them and see if I come up with some inspiration or something. I mean, I've watched a few here and there, but there's probably a lot I haven't seen. Might be able to just look it up and find something. I don't know. I've got a couple weeks anyway, I reckon. Yeah, today's only the 4th, so Got a little bit of time left to come up with some ideas, I reckon. Wonder how much straw I've got now. Wow, over 600,000 liters. Yeah, I'm probably not going to run out for a little while. It'll probably last me for a little bit anyway. And I gotta remember as soon as I get done with this, I wanna sell the chickens and all that shit. I'm trying to think if there's a possibility that I might need the trailer for anything else, but I can't think of anything else I would need it for. Unless the dairy sheep also produce wool. But I can't remember if they only produce milk or if they produce both milk and wool. So I might ought to hang on to it just for that, because like I said, trailers, I wouldn't get much out of selling that trailer anyway, because it was really cheap to begin with. So yeah, I think I'll hang on to it for that anyway, just in case. Because the milk I need a tanker for it. I can't use it for that, I'm pretty sure. So 4 rows left, so won't be much longer till I'll be done with this. And I'll sell all my chicken related stuff. And then we'll go ahead and prep the fields, and I'll go ahead and plant some grass. I was looking up a little bit of information earlier this morning about the tea plants. And apparently they are susceptible to quite a few different diseases. As I was thinking earlier, if I could go back in time with what I know now, what would I do? And I was thinking one thing I might do would be to go into having my own tea farm, basically. Just plant a farm full of tea, and I can make my own special brand of tea or something. But who knows? That was kind of always a problem for me when I was younger. Was I was interested in so many different things. It was really hard for me to just settle on one thing and try to do that. So I think that kind of held me back a bit. But I ain't quite dead yet, so who knows? Who knows what the future might bring? Which actually the first thing I need to do when I get done with this is go do the maintenance on the tractor and the wagon and everything. Give at least the wagon a bath before I put it back in the barn. Then I can go sell all the chicken stuff. Got just a hair squirrely on me there for a second. Might be able to get the rest of it in this pass. There's only 1.5 rows of it here. That's the last of the straw. So I'll go drop this off and then we'll head down to the dealership, get the maintenance done. I'll come back, sell my chickens and all chicken related items. And then we'll get to planting some grass. Of course, I gotta prep the fields first, so I gotta cultivate them and all that good shit. Because I don't think the planter that I have. Yeah, let me look. Might as well. Oh, past it. Here we go. Yeah, I think it has to be cultivated before I can use that. Because some of them you don't have to cultivate beforehand. You can just direct sow. Nothing coming. Just throwing the flashers. Send some out here on the highway. Well, that thing's filthy, that's for sure. So repair that. Repair that and repair that. I'm not going to bother washing the tractor because I'm going to be using it a lot more anyway. I'm going to buy that lot there to put the sale point on. Which I mean, I could also do the cheese thing, but yeah, it's just added expense and all that for not really any added benefit. I mean, sure, I might get a little more money out of the cheese than I do the milk, but it's not really worth it to me to go through all the trouble. I'll just put the sale point there and not worry about the rest of it. I believe that's clean as it's going to get. Get unhooked from there. Now I'll back this thing back over in the corner. grab this little trailer here because there's probably some eggs that need to be sold. Nope. Yeah, that is auto load. Alright, chickens. Here we go. Sell the rooster. And sell. Am I going to sell these fucking things one by one? Oh no, here we go. I was hitting the wrong damn button. Alright, so that's all the chickens gone. I'll load up what eggs I got here. Don't run over the eggs. That would not be good for the eggs. This trailer's being a little bit tricky or slow or something. Oh, there we go, it's loading good now. And that's all of the eggs. I can sell them right over here. Let's see, we go to the build menu. And select and sell. Alright, there's no more chickens now. Get all these fields cultivated. I want to look right quick at the let's see how much that dairy sheep thing was. Sheep. So we got 19,000 holds 30. 39,000 holds 60, and then 75,000 holds 120. I should probably go for that one. I think I may have had some other ones too. Well, I thought I did, but I guess not. Okie dokie. I'll probably go for the 75,000. It holds the most sheep. Which isn't just me, or is it a little weird that you've got a farm right on the big 4-lane road like this? Seems just a little unusual to me. Of course, that's just me, you know. Where I live, I'm used to the only, 4-lane roads either being in town or around interstate exits. And usually the ones around the interstate exits are very short. They usually don't even extend a mile beyond where the exit is. So they go back to 2-lane. Which I've got a while before I actually need to buy any of that stuff. Because, I mean, I could go ahead and get a slurry wagon. Of course, I don't have the money for that right now because it was 77 something, I think. But of course, the pigs aren't going to produce any more slurry until I get the soybean done. So, which I think there's like, I forget, 100-some thousand in there, I think. I forget exactly how much it is. I probably wouldn't use all that up. Maybe I should get that piece of land first, though. I mean, I guess I could go ahead and get the sheep and start working on that, but if they get full up on milk before I'm able to get that piece of land and put up the sale point, then I can't do anything with it. Nah, I might get the sheep first. I don't reckon it matters. At least not all that much. Which if they also produce wool, which I can't remember if they did or not. And I'll still be selling that. I don't think they do. I don't think they still produce wool. I think it's either one or the other, not both. Which makes no sense because they're still sheep. They still don't have wool, whether you milk them or not. I don't know what's been up with me lately, but it seems like, I don't know, for at least the past couple weeks, maybe even longer. Seems like no matter how much I eat, within a couple hours I'm hungry again. Apparently I got disconnected from the chat. There we go. Speaking of which, I use 7 TV emotes. So there's tons of emotes there that I've got set up to use. Because sometimes if I'm watching somebody else's stream, sometimes I'll be busy doing other stuff, and instead of, you know, typing words into chat when I want to say something or whatever, sometimes I just, you know, spat out some emotes here and there into the chat. Especially if I'm like eating or something while I'm watching. Because it's a lot easier to reach over with one hand and use a mouse to pick a few emotes than it is to use both hands to type something out. Which I've got this weird kind of hybrid typing method that I use. It's kind of a hunt and peck style, but I don't necessarily have to look at the keyboard to do it. And I do use all my fingers and sometimes my thumbs. But I don't keep my fingers on the home keys or anything. So it's kind of a hybrid method of typing. Because I actually took a typing course when I was in high school years ago. Which somewhere around here I've got an old typing textbook from like the 60s or something. Maybe even older than that, I can't remember. Like I say, I've always just collected books, even if they were just oddball stuff or stuff that, you know. Because sometimes I would just, you know, be in some kind of little shop or something somewhere, or out in the old country store where they sold kind of flea market kind of stuff or something. Or maybe even at a flea market itself, or a yard sale. And just see an old cheap book that looked even halfway interesting. I'd be like, oh, I'll grab this. I just like books, particularly older books. Like I say, I think I've got at least a couple books that were printed before 1900. I might have 3 or 4. But I know I've got at least a couple, I think. One of them was a paperback novel. I forget the name of it, but it was getting fairly fragile. I put it in a Ziploc bag. As the pages were getting a little crumbly. It's very delicate, so. But I've got some leather bound, I think, hardback books too. I think might have been printed before 1900. But I think they're like encyclopedia of court cases from a particular year or something. I forget what they're called, because I got them at one of the local antique shops, because there used to be a booth in one of the local antique shops that sold nothing but books. Antique books. I used to go there every couple of weeks or so and pick something up. Of course, some of the books that they had in that booth really weren't antiques. Some of them weren't all that old, but some of them were quite old. I remember one time when I was doing electric and plumbing work. We was doing some retrofitting to an old house, old farmhouse that somebody had bought and was renovating. And I guess the house had been full of stuff when they bought it, because they had a dumpster outside that they'd thrown a whole bunch of stuff into, and stuff that was still perfectly usable. It wasn't just junk, it was just stuff that they didn't want because it was somebody apparently that had a lot of money. So, you know, they didn't care if it worked or, because hell, there was two perfectly fine air conditioners, window units that they'd thrown in there. And my boss, he got those because he needed a couple. But there was a bunch of books in there. Apparently, they had only thrown them in there recently because they hadn't been rained on or anything. And I got all the books that. Well, I got most of them. There was a few of them that had been damaged, you know, because the way they'd thrown them in there, or they'd thrown something on top of them or something that might have, you know, tore them up a bit. I didn't bother getting those, but the ones that were not damaged, I did get. And there was a pretty neat antique chair that was in there that I picked up. There was a perfectly fine exercise bike that was in there that they'd thrown out, which my neighbor, or my boss, he got that. Picked that up and took it home. I even like that sort of old, dusty smell of old books too. Which, back when I was in school, something cool they used to do every once in a while. I think they did it at both my grade school and my high school, if I remember right. But sometimes they would replace some of the older textbooks, and what they would do is they would put the old textbooks they were replacing into boxes and just set them out in the hall with a little paper sign above it said to take one for free, or they might have them in the office or something. You could buy one for like a 50 cents or $1 or something. But a lot of times they would just set them out in the hall and give them away for free. And anytime they did, usually I'd get me one. I don't know if anybody else's school had this, but I remember when I was in grade school, we used to have this thing. Seems like it was at least a couple times a year. It might have even been like once a month. I don't really remember now because it's been so fucking long ago. But they would have this thing where in the library you could go in and you could, they would have these books that you could buy and stuff like that, and you could get, they'd give out stickers, and that was this whole little event kind of thing. And sometimes when they would do that, some of the teachers would even have like a little in-school field trip where they would take the whole class down to the library and give them time to look through the stuff and buy any books if they wanted to or whatever. Yep, things was quite a bit different when I was growing up. Being a Gen Xer. It was actually, they didn't even have middle school around here until after I graduated high school. So when I was in school, you started kindergarten, then you went from kindergarten to 7th grade in grade school, and then 8th grade you started high school, and you went to high school from 8th to 12th. And of course, back then they didn't even have preschool either, so. which for me, I don't know how it is now, but I remember for me, from kindergarten through 5th grade, you only had one teacher, one classroom. So you go into that one classroom, and that's where you stayed all day. Now, I think 5th grade was the first one that was divided. I think there were 2 5th grade classrooms, but you would be assigned to one or the other, and that's the one you always went to, and you would stay in that one all day. And then 6th grade and 7th grade were the same way. So there were 2 6th grade classrooms and 2 7th grade classrooms, but you were only assigned to one of them. So you would go to that one, and that's where you'd stay. And then, of course, when we got to high school, it was, one teacher, one classroom for each class. And I don't remember how many there was in a day. Like 5 or 6 in a day, I think, with lunch in between. And then, of course, you'd also have gym class, which was in the gym, of course, most of the time. Of course, there was also a health component to it, so on rare occasions you'd be in a classroom doing that stuff, but it was fairly rare. It was a little bit more common when you got, I think 9th grade was when they started with sex ed stuff. It might have been 10th, I don't remember. I think it was 9th. And I want to think they actually put driver's ed in with that too. So during your normal gym class, every so often you would have driver's ed instead. I think that's how they did it, but it's hard for me to remember. Because I think that would have been 10th grade. Sounds right. And then, of course, back then you also had, you would have your mandatory courses that you had to do, like English, math, some of the different science classes and stuff. But then you was able to have something elective too. It's like the typing class I did was an elective. And for the first 3 years, because they also had one class. It was back then it was called Industrial Arts, but basically it was wood shop. It did include a little bit of welding, but it was mainly just wood shop. And they also had ag, which was agriculture. So for the first 3 years, I took industrial arts as an elective. Because I always liked woodworking, so. Matter of fact, I've got a bookshelf that I built in that class during, I think it was during my second year. Still got it, still use it. Which I never did. I built it, but I never did like put a finish on it in class. I ended up doing that. Me and my dad did that after I brought it home. We put a stain on. I forget what stain we used, and a satin polyurethane. And it still got that same finish on it. I've never refinished it. It still looks pretty good too. It's probably a little dusty now, but it's not beat up or chipped or anything. And then once you got to 11th grade, you could do vocational school, which meant you got to go spend half a day in a totally different place, because the vocational school was actually in town. So they had buses. They had 2 buses, and in the morning they would take a group that did the morning courses at the vocational school. They'd bring them back for lunch, and then they would take the second group after lunch to the vocational school, and then come pick them up and bring them back at the end of the day so they could catch the bus to go home. And let's see, I'm trying to think of all the different courses they had. They had auto mechanics, they had masonry, and they had 2 or 3 other courses that you could do. I don't remember now what they were, because I did auto mechanics. So I did that my junior and senior years. And of course, for that, you'd spend, half of your day in that one thing, which of course it included both some classroom and some shop time. So and then the half of your day that you weren't at the vocational school, you'd spend, at the regular high school, going back and forth between classes like normal. And I think, some of it's still done that way, but I know they don't have the vocational school anymore because they converted that into some kind of like special school for troubled kids or something. I don't know exactly what the fuck they converted it to. But from my understanding, it's basically just special classes for, borderline juvenile delinquents. And I don't know, as far as the high school goes, I don't know if they still do the shop classes or not. I think they might still do the ag, but I'm not sure about the other one. Which they did a bunch of remodeling between my junior and senior years. So from my senior year, the school was laid out quite a bit different. There was part of it that was still the same, like the main hallway and classrooms that were in the main part of the building was all the same, but they'd converted the old gym into classrooms and built a new gym, and they built a new cafeteria, and they had added on another hallway to the downstairs, so there were actually two hallways, because for my senior year my locker was in the new hallway. Which I didn't really like the new layout though, because the layout that they'd had before Hellfire had been that same layout for ever since I've been around. I'm not sure how long the school was built before I come along, but I think it had been that same layout probably since it was built. And I noticed they did some remodeling in my grade school apparently at some point, because that's where when they have voting and stuff, that's where they set it up at the grade school. And so they converted the old gym into classrooms, and I don't know what else they've done. Because that was the only part I went to, because that was where they had the vote stuff set up at. Don't know what other changes they might have made. Which they used to have events and stuff there too, I remember. They would have things you could go to, and they weren't just student things. They were, you could kind of, any kid from around could go. But they would have different classrooms set up with games. It was almost like a carnival or a fair or something. But they would just have different classrooms set up with games and things. And of course, they'd have food and snacks and what have you. As I remember, I went to one of those on a date one time with the girlfriend, my first girlfriend that I had when I was in grade school. I don't know if they have any of that stuff anymore or not. I don't remember them ever doing like anything like that at the high school though. I think the only extracurricular things they had at the high school was the school dances and the sports games, which they did football and basketball, and I think they did baseball. Maybe. Although to my knowledge there was no baseball field. So it might have only been football and basketball. Which, one thing they added as part of that whole remodel, they added tennis courts. I never saw anybody using them. Which at some point they added those to the grade school too, but because I think at the grade school they put those where the playground used to be. But they had a ball diamond behind the school. Because I did join the baseball team one year when I was in grade school, and I played one game and then I quit. Went to all the practices and all that leading up to it. But yeah, I only was able to get up to bat once during the whole first game. And I was like, why am I doing this? I'm just sitting here on the bench. I got up to bat once. I was like, not enough participation for me, so I quit. Which I also played basketball one year when I was in grade school too. And I liked that better. Of course, I'm not tall enough to have been very good at basketball in my later years. Grade school, we were all short because we were all kids. And as we all started getting older, I stayed short, and the rest of them, some of them at least, started getting taller. Not everybody, but some of them did. Some of them just as short as me, though. I kind of lost any interest in doing sports by the time I got to high school. I was actually I played trumpet for a while when I was in grade school too. We didn't have an actual like band or anything, but we had band classes you could do. And I do remember I played trumpet for at least a year. I might have done it for 2 years. Like I say, we didn't have an actual band or anything, so there was no, I don't remember any kind of performances or anything like that was done. Which, after I stopped taking the classes, I didn't play trumpet anymore either. Matter of fact, I think when I was in high school, I ended up selling my trumpet at a pawn shop to get some money to, it was either just gas money or to buy a part for a vehicle or something. I don't remember. Which the trumpet actually didn't really work by then. One of the valves was kind of messed up on it and would stick fairly frequently. But yeah, I tried a lot of different things when I was going through school. Some of them I liked, some of them I found out I didn't like. But, you know, that's kind of what school's for anyways, to just learn and try out a bunch of stuff, find out what you like, what you don't like, and try to narrow down your focus into what you really want to get into when you're grown. I'm sure my dad would have liked to seen me play football, but I had no interest in it because my dad absolutely loved football. And I think if he would have had an opportunity to do anything he wanted to do in life, he would have probably been a football coach. Because he was just that much into it. Because he was always watching any game that was on TV. I remember when I was growing up, he was always watching it on TV. And I even went with him. We went and watched some of the high school games too. So I'm sure he would have loved it if I would have played. Which I remember he told me one time that he wished he would have taught me golf when I was a kid. Because that would have been something I could have played up until I was, fairly old, so. Which I guess he must have played quite a bit when he was younger, because I remember digging around in the basement as a kid and found a whole set of golf clubs, golf bag, everything in the basement that had been his. And of course, I drug them out and started using them to hit balls around the yard and stuff, and I ended up breaking 2 or 3 of them, I think. But he never used them anyway. They would have just, because the bag itself was actually starting to dry out and get kind of hard. You know how leather does when it dries out and gets stiff and brittle eventually. I'm sure that probably upset him a bit, though. You know, you've had something that you've had most of your life, maybe have some fond memories of using or whatever, and then you get older, you have kids, and your kids tear it off yet for no good reason. Of course, like I say, even without me tearing them up, they wouldn't have really been worth anything anyway, because they was just laying in the basement going to rot. Because like I say, the golf bag itself was well on its way to being toast by the time I discovered them. Clubs were still fine. Of course, I think there was a couple of them that had started to rust a little bit, because they weren't just in the basement, they were actually in the crawl space, and it's always been damp under there, so. Because at some point they put my childhood tricycle under there, and I remember I was doing something under there one day and I just happened to notice it, because it was kind of laying off into a corner near the wall between there and the actual basement, so it would have been hard to see unless it was coming out of the crawl space. And I happened to notice it, and by then it was pretty much falling apart because it was rusted so bad. I think it might have almost been rusted completely in two in a few places, so. Because when I first saw it, I thought, hey, I'll drag that out and fix it up. But when I looked at it, I saw it was just about to fall into pieces, so I'm like, well, fuck it, it's done runt now. But, yeah, that's how it is when you got an old damp basement and, bugs getting in the house. Because I had some books that I had when I was real little that was in a cardboard box, and bugs got into them and burrowed through them, so they got all them little holes and shit in them. One of them was a Mother Goose nursery rhyme book, which I remember reading a lot as a kid. That and, as a real little kid, even probably before I started grade school, I read that and Dr. Seuss books a lot. And I remember my favorite Dr. Seuss book was always Go Dog Go. Now, I think I've still got my Dr. Seuss book somewhere. I think they should still be in decent shape because I put them in a plastic tote instead of a cardboard box. I'm not sure where they're at, but I do remember putting him into a plastic tote. But yeah, unfortunately, that Mother Goose nursery rhyme book was pretty much destroyed by moisture and bugs, which was really sad. Which after I found it, I looked online to see if the book was still available. And you can still get the book. It's a little bit expensive though. It's funny, I look at some of the books I had when I was real little. Few of them had some writing or a little sketching or something in the margins that it did when I was really little. And these days I cannot stand for anybody to write in a book. I hate to see it. I don't like it when people fold the corners of the pages down either. It drives me nuts. Because I think there was a couple times in college that I opted for a used textbook over a new textbook when I could, just to save a little money. And I would always, if I was doing that, look through every book if I had to until I find one that didn't have any writing or anything in it. I would get that one. One that didn't have any corners folded on the pages or any kind of major damage. I would try to get one that was as pristine as possible. Now it was the same way with those books that I used to get when I was in school too, that they'd give away sometimes or whatever. Which back then, the textbooks, I don't know if they still do this or not, but back then the textbooks on the inside of the front cover would have a thing that looks kind of like a library card, but it was just printed on the inside of the front cover. It wasn't a separate card or anything, but it would just have a thing where you'd write your name and the year. So, if you lost your textbook or whatever, they would know who that textbook belonged to. And, it was always kind of neat to look at that and see who had had the book before you and all that, because it might be somebody you know, might be somebody you didn't know. But I remember they used to do that. I don't know if they still do or not. Just about finished with the cultivate. And we'll have to break out the seeder. Make sure it's full of seed. And make sure I select grass as our seed type. So I might ought to throw a little fuel at this thing too. And about 2/3 of a tank. Yeah, it's probably good to go. If it gets too low before I get finished sowing, I can always go grab some as long as I don't let it run completely out. I was going to try to wait till I was done with this field, but I think I'm going to have to run, take an outhouse break right quick before I'm finished. Because my back teeth's are floating. So I will be right back. Let's get this cultivating finished up here. And then we'll get some grass seed down. Oh, which, something I was just thinking of. I know I've mentioned before that I thought Medieval Dynasty might be in early access, but I don't think it is. I was looking at it the other day on Steam, and I didn't notice anywhere it's saying early access, so it may not be. So don't take my word for that, whether it is or whether it ain't. I thought it was, but like I say, I looked at it the other day and I didn't see anything on there. I didn't see it say anything. But then again, since I've already purchased it, it may not say that now. I don't know. But you can always check it out for yourself. Which it's a great game either way. I really enjoy it, that's for sure. Which one of the main reasons I was looking at it is because I was looking to see how many hours I had into it already. It's a little embarrassing, because I've already got like 260 hours into it. Because I've been playing it a lot off stream, like when I'm working on my VODs and stuff. I've been playing it a lot instead of doing some other things I probably should have been doing. Like learning stuff, or maybe trying to get back into writing or whatever. So like I say, I'm always, oftentimes, I won't say always, but oftentimes I'm multitasking. So I'm downloading or uploading VODs, trying to catch up on YouTube videos, or watching somebody else's stream, and either playing a video game or looking up something that I'm trying to figure out or whatever. Which one idea I did have briefly was maybe do a stream where I just write something during stream. You know, I get on some kind of word processor software. I forget the name of the one I got, but it's, because I don't use the Microsoft one, because it didn't come with my computer and I'm not paying extra for it. Not when there's perfectly good free alternatives to it. I'm just going to take a shortcut. But yeah, I thought about doing that, just doing a stream where I'm sitting here trying to write something. Like maybe come up with a script idea or something. But I don't know if it would be interesting to watch or not. I mean, I've watched people do music or draw or stuff like that on stream, so. These damn headphones, they keep, this one side keeps cutting out and I have to tap the volume button. Repair, repair, and repair. Lots of money on repairs. Which I've kind of gotten a little bit about the formatting rules and stuff. When it comes to that, but honestly, there's no really hard, strict rules when it comes to that stuff. I mean, there's certain ways you could do, like say if you're kind of unknown or just getting into it and you're writing spec scripts that you plan on sending to people just to show what you can do, or if you're going to try to send off to somebody to maybe even get sell the production rights to it. There's certain format things you can do that will probably increase your chances of getting it looked at or whatever, but I mean, there's no real hard and fast rules as far as I'm aware when it comes to writing script. Now, of course, there are things that need to be included in certain portions of it, just, you know, for clarification purposes, and so they know what they're looking at. But yeah, there's actually different formats that technically can. And I think playwriting is a little bit more strict. But of course, if you're doing a rough draft, who gives a shit? If you're doing a rough draft, you're just doing it for your well enough for you to know, you know, when you go back to do your editing and stuff, what you were doing. Because you know, once you go back to do your editing, you know, then you can, you know, if you need to clean up your formatting and all that stuff. And of course, there's plenty of resources if you want to look up how to format that stuff. There's plenty of resources on the internet to look that up. Me, of course, you know, being that I love books, I actually have a book that I bought specifically about writing spec scripts and stuff, but it's more than just formatting stuff. It's got a lot of other information in it about, you know, like things you might could do if you get writer's block, or things things that are more industry related, like if you want to do this or that, you know, where how you would go about doing that. And I think it may even have, I think in the back of it, it's even got a list of like writing agents and things like that. Of course, it's probably outdated by now because I've had that book for quite a few years. But I'm sure that all that information is probably readily available online as well. But yeah, it goes into more than just the writing itself. It goes into a lot of different aspects of being a script writer and all that kind of stuff. I think this is the right. Select seed. It's on wheat, barley, oat, canola, soybeans, sorghum, oilseed, grass. There we go. But yeah, I thought about maybe doing that. Maybe just come up with some kind of basic, quick story idea that I could just do for a stream, you know. Let's see, is this the seed one or is that the fertilizer one? I do know. So we're full of seed, ready to start planting. It's kind of amazing when you think about, you look at the difference between sowing a field in this game and sowing a field in Medieval Dynasty. This game, you got all these big, heavy equipment and everything. And then in Medieval Dynasty, you're just walking around with a bag, casting seed by hand. Which honestly, this seeder is right on the verge of being too much for this tractor. But since I might be swapping to a different map soon, I'll probably just forgo upgrading the tractor and the harvester. Because I probably, other than that one field that I was going to get and put the sale point for the stuff, I'm probably not going to buy any more fields either. And then maybe if, you know, if I wait until I get like $1 million in the account, then sell all this stuff, then maybe when I move to another map, I can afford a bigger tractor to start with. But we'll see. I wonder, can you do like simple polls on X? Without being premium or whatever. You're just using a free account. Can't remember. I might look into that. I might do a, if I can, I might do a poll on there and see if anybody would be interested in watching me do some writing on stream. When I'm done streaming today, I might look and see if anybody has done like writing on stream. Like say, I know I've seen people making music, like will be Katie Cat. I watched her on stream making stuff. I watched a few people draw on stream. I don't know. That'd be something interesting. Who knows? There may not even be a category for it. I don't know. course, it wouldn't be like watching, somebody who's actually a professional and has done it and all that. Because, yeah, I've wrote a few spec scripts. I've written a full-length play. I think I started writing a second play, but I don't think I ever finished it. There's a lot of stuff that I've started writing and never finished because I would get to a point and my self-critic would start getting to me and be like, this is garbage. There's no point in even continuing. So I'd end up giving up on it, getting discouraged. Which, if I did decide to do that, maybe I could even write something related to my lore. I did write up a kind of a rough draft for a script for, like, if I ever get to do a lore video or something. I'm not sure if I've finished. Not sure if I finished it completely or not, which it was just a first rough draft, so of course I'd have to go back and polish it up and stuff a bit anyway. But I can't remember if I actually got to the ending part of it or not. Because I just kind of did that first rough draft of it one day while I was sitting here doing some other stuff, and then I kind of forgot about it. As I figured it's probably going to be a good while before I get to do something like that anyway, because I'd have to find some people to work with to do animation and all that kind of shit, and I'm sure I'd have to invest my own money into doing a lot of it, and I don't really even have money for games now, so I might still have a little bit of money in my gaming budget, but it might all be gone. I haven't checked since the last game purchase. Cause I'm a broke motherfucker. starting to feel a little hungry again. Which I've got food. I just have to go get it and heat it up a little bit because before stream I usually make me something to eat. And today I made brown rice, which I seasoned with chicken bouillon and some kind of spice. I think the name of it's something like Saison Tropical or something. I'm not sure what all's in it. It's some kind of... I don't even remember where I got it. But it's pretty good though. But I seasoned the rice with that, and then I had some, you know, you can buy those packages of cubed ham. I had a package of that in the freezer, so I thawed that out. And then I fried that up with some green pepper, onion, and peas and carrots. And then just mix that into the rice. And for the ham and the veggies, I only seasoned them with salt and pepper. I didn't add any extra seasoning to them. And then mix it in with the rice. It's really good. But yeah, I made enough of it to make sure I could eat it off and on all day today. I might even may still have enough left over to eat a bit tomorrow. I don't know. Like I say, it's been weird because it seems like, you know, no matter how much I eat, how full I feel when I'm done eating, it's like within 2 hours I'm starting to get hungry again. Which is weird because, you know, when you eat stuff that's a bit high in fiber, it's supposed to make you feel fuller for longer. And of course, a lot of the stuff I eat is fairly high fiber because I eat it for, you know, to keep my blood sugar down. But yeah, for some reason, and it's like I say, it's been this way for the past 2 weeks, maybe longer. I'm not sure why. I'm sure that by the time this grass sprouts, there's probably going to be weeds that I'll have to spray. And I'm sure I'll have to fertilize it as well. see if oh yeah, I gotta remember to roll it too, because I forgot to roll the fields last time, and I need to do that before it sprouts. So I'll probably do that right after I get done sowing it. Otherwise, I'll forget. It's a struggling a little bit on this hill. If I remember right, it was April when I'll be able to plant the. Or was it March? Shit. I believe it was April. Yeah. I think April is when I can plant the soybean. Because I remember saying it was 10 months, so April, May, June. Because this is July 1st in game. So yeah, it would have been April. Which another good thing about planting grass right now is when it comes time for me to plant the soybeans, I can just cultivate the grass into the ground and it'll act as a fertilizer stage, I do believe. Just like with the oilseed radish. Now, if it's just been harvested, I'm not sure if it will or not, but if it's had any time to grow at all, I think it will. I think. So that might also save me from having to do fertilizer as well. So I guess I don't necessarily have to roll it. I'm not sure how much difference it would make in a yield if I versus whether or not I roll it. Because if I be perfectly honest with you, I'm just feeling too lazy to come back and roll this right now. Hey there, Bailey. How you doing today? Oh, I'm doing all right. Just doing some farming, planting some grass. It's going all right.
Bailey Shaw 8615 is now following.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Come on. Hill gets a little less steep as I go down, so hopefully that's the last time it'll struggle very much. Oh, damn. Camera collision. I hate those. Again. Stop. Yeah, I think every game should come with the option to turn camera collisions off. Which actually, even on 19, it was a mod. It wasn't something that was in game. But I've yet to find a mod for turning off camera collisions for 22. Actually, that's something else I should do. Yeah, there was for 19, but I've looked a couple times for one for 22, and so far I haven't found one. But maybe I'm just not looking in the right place or something, but... And now that I think about it, at some point I need to look see if there might be one for SnowRunner too. Oh, you don't have to do that. I can look at it anytime when I'm not streaming. But I appreciate the offer, though. I don't know if I've even looked for any mods for SnowRunner. Oh, yeah, I have too. Looked for... got a few vehicle mods. Yeah, I don't remember seeing a no camera collision mod for it, because that one's got an in-game mod manager, which this one does too, but there might be mods I can look for outside of that. I haven't looked for any outside of in the mod manager in SnowRunner. I have looked outside of the mod manager for Farming Simulator. There's a couple websites that's got a lot of Farming Simulator and American Truck Simulator mods and stuff on them. Let's see, hold on one second. There we go. Huh, I must have missed it because I think that's one of the sites I've looked at. Which it is entirely possible that I've missed it because, you know, I could have made my search too specific, or could have been I had too many results that I just got tired of looking through the pages. But yeah, I'll definitely go check it out again, see if I can find it. Because if it didn't take you very long, it shouldn't take me very long. Y'all have to see how fast this grass grows. Because since I had to wait till April to plant soybeans, it might be possible to get 2 cuttings out of this. I don't know. But it may not grow during the winter. So I might only get 1. We'll just have to see. Alright, well, have a good rest. And thank you for the follow again. I wonder what the weight of this thing is compared to the tractor. I think it might give the weight in the description. I just don't usually pay attention to it. Which I find the descriptions in FS22 really weird, because It's kind of all over the place. Some of them tell you how many liters something holds. Sometimes it gives it to you in like square meters, and it's weird. Because it used to always be in liters, like when it comes to trailers and stuff, and even cedars and anything with a hopper on it, it would always tell you in liters, but now it's kind of all over the place. And I'm not sure why they changed that. It doesn't really make much sense. Because, you know, me being used to freedom units, I mean, I can kind of get an idea for how much something holds if it's in liters or whatever, but if you start talking about square meters or cubed meters and kilograms and whatever the hell else they might be using in this thing, then I'm just, I don't know. It might as well be gibberish, because I can't really gather in relation to what I'm used to how it's comparable. I'm down to about half a tank of seed and half a tank of fuel. But I should have enough of both to finish the job anyway. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm just going to skip rolling. Because I'm not too worried about getting maximum yield out of this anyway, because this is just more or less to take up the field and have a little something to do other than just sleep cycles to skip time until it's time that I can plant the soybeans. Because I'm just more or less doing this to start storing up a little bit of feed for the sheep for whenever I get them, so that I'll be less likely to run out like I did with the pig food. That's not that big a deal. And I really don't feel like doing a third trip up and down these fields right at the moment. I don't know, may not even have a roller anymore. May have gotten rid of it and not got a replacement for it, now that I think about it. Which that sprayer, if all it does is adds a fertilization state, I can just do that with a sprayer and cover more distance anyway. Although it does cost me a little bit for the fertilizer that I use on the sprayer, but eh. To this, we got 2 more fields to do. I'll look and see if I've got a roller in the barn. I don't think I do, though. Which, even if I do, I'm still not going to roll the fields because I'm being lazy. But another thing I just happened to think of for that Sunday stream, what I might do, yeah, I think that would be the one that would be on the 17th, which would be my anniversary stream, because I think the birthday falls on a Monday, because that's on the 25th. And I don't have a calendar handy to look at to make sure. But yeah, I'll have to figure out what's going to be my starting time for that day too, because I might start earlier in the day than I normally do for that day. And maybe stream a bit longer than I normally do. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on what I end up doing, I guess. But I probably will start earlier than normal. I'm thinking maybe like 11. Should be 2 hours earlier. Which I'd have to make sure I got up early. Get ready for it. Which I could just do a lot of my prep work, I guess, the night before. I have to make sure I got all my VOD work done by then, though. Because I try not to do much else that uses the internet. Like, say, I might watch a video or watch another streamer during that time with it. It doesn't take up a lot of the bandwidth or whatever. But I don't try to download anything or anything like that, or play games that are internet based. Although if my internet is running really good, like it's supposed to, sometimes I might go on like MSN games and play some of the simple stuff on there, because that's not too bad. Doesn't slow things down that much. But yeah, I'd want to have all that stuff done ahead of time. Which maybe one of these days I can stream more days and for longer if I ever get, better internet service. But like I say, it's mostly gonna have to wait on them to upgrade the infrastructure, and who the fuck knows when they get around to that. They're damn sure taking their time doing it, I know that. Which I'm sure it ain't easy. Because pretty much they have to go everywhere and replace all of the cable transmission lines with fiber optic lines. Everywhere they provide service to. And they probably have to schedule some stuff around like internet usage and stuff like that, so people aren't going without internet for too long. Particularly commercial areas and places like hospital and whatever. Providing that any of them have internet for them, I don't know. Because they provide internet to, I'm not sure how many counties they cover. I think it's at least 3, possibly more. Which, whenever they do get to this area, it might fuck with my streaming too, because I might be without internet sometimes and not be able to stream, which will suck. But, you know, it's what you got to deal with. Which, hopefully, whenever they get to this area, they'll send out a notice letting people know, like, what days they can expect outages and how long it's going to last and things like that, but who knows. I might have to refill the seed when I get done with this one, because I'm 437 liters. By the time I get done with this, I don't know if I'm going to have enough to do that field over there. I don't guess it would hurt to fill it anyway. And if I'm going to go do that, I might as well go top off the fuel too. That way I don't have to worry about it. You know, the other day I was watching a video and they was talking about Mandela effect stuff. And I'm one of them people that was really shocked that Nelson Mandela was still alive, because I could have sworn it was all over the news back in the 80s that he died in prison. I'm also one of the people that remembers the Berenstain Bears being spelled with an EI and not an AI, because I had some of those books when I was little too. I don't know if I've still got any of them, but it'd be interesting to look, see if I do, what it says on them. I also remember the Monopoly guy having a monocle, which I've got a Monopoly game somewhere that's kind of old, but not super old, because I had to buy a new one at one point, because the one I had when I was a kid had lost some of the pieces too over time. So I just ended up getting a new one, but it's still been probably at least 20 years. And I also remember that Genie movie with Sinbad, Shazam. Even though supposedly it never happened. And it's funny, because in the video I was watching the other day, it showed a couple clips where people were actually showing the VHS tape of that movie. And I remember seeing that exact cover on that VHS. And yes, I know my memory is shit, but that's my short-term memory. It's not my long-term memory. And yes, I know there's some stuff that I have a hard time remembering, but there's some stuff I can picture it just as clear in my head. Like I say, even to this day, still in my head, I can picture clearly what my bedroom looked like in the house that we lived in when I was born, and we left when I was 3. I don't remember much about the rest of the house, but I remember my bedroom clearly. And I imagine it's probably because I spent quite a bit of time crawling around on the floor in that room. And there's like some childhood memories and stuff that I still have just as clear as if it happened, just the other day. But yeah, some stuff I do have trouble with. But some stuff like that I remember it clearly. But yeah, it's interesting that so many people remember that stuff differently. And it makes you wonder how that happens. And what's the cause of it? Which, even when I was younger, I used to have this theory that, there were like parallel universes, and that either they occupied the same space but like in different dimensions, if that makes sense, or like some theorize they're kind of all within their own bubbles and they can touch and overlap a little bit. But I even remember one time that I was driving along, actually quite near my old high school, and there was no visual thing, no sound, no nothing, but I just got this kind of weird feeling, like almost like I went through some kind of portal. And I know it sounds weird as fuck, and y'all probably think I'm crazier than hell, and I might be. But it was just a weird, like, physical feeling. But you know how sometimes you'll just almost have this like intuition to where something, you'll just feel like something has changed. It was kind of like that. Which, like I say, I've always been like a little bit sensitive to like electromagnetic fields. Uh, I've always had like little weird intuitions about things, and there's even been a few times where I had psychic dreams when I was younger. And yes, I know some of you don't believe in that kind of stuff, and that's fine. But I remember one time, it was when I was in high school, and me and a buddy of mine had made plans to go to a mall. About an hour, well, not quite an hour, maybe 45 minutes or so away from where we live. And it had been quite a few years since I'd been to it. And it was maybe a week before we were supposed to go. I had a dream that I was walking through the mall, and I was alone in the dream. And there was a girl walking in front of me. And of course, I couldn't see her face or anything, but I saw her from the back. And when I woke up, I remembered the dream clearly. So I wrote down a lot of the information. Like I wrote down, what this girl looked like from behind, like what clothes she was wearing, the color of the clothes she was wearing, what color her hair was, roughly how tall she was. I wrote down a few descriptions about the mall itself, like, there was this one storefront that was like really dark, and there was no lights on, like it was closed. And I wrote down a few other things on a piece of paper. And I told my buddy that I was going to go to the mall with. I was like, I had a dream, a psychic dream about going to the mall. And of course, he didn't believe me. And I don't really blame him. And I said, well, I'm going to prove it to you. Because I wrote down a description of what all I saw in my dream. So after we go to the mall, I'm going to let you read that paper. And when we went, we was walking through one section of the mall, and there was a girl in front of us who pretty much fit the description I'd seen in my dream. And at the same time, there was a store on one side that was really dark because it had been closed. They were renovating it. And I had no idea because, like I say, it'd been years since I'd been there, and I don't even remember what store would have been there. I don't think I remembered then what store would have been there because the stores changed every little bit anyway. You know, some would close, others would open, stuff like that. But, yeah, you know, I handed him the paper and I was like, all right, read this. And he was kind of speechless. But he still had some doubts, I think. Because I had the paper in my pocket with me. So, you know, I could hand it to him right then and let him read it. And he wouldn't think that I wrote it after we'd seen it. So, that's what I did. And it was not like I had any kind of control over it or anything. It would just randomly happen. And sometimes I would realize it. Sometimes I wouldn't realize it till after the actual event happened. Like there was a local store. And I had a dream that it burnt down. And, you know, it was dark when it happened. And this, that, and the other. And I remember... that store actually did burn down, and it was early, really early in the morning when it was still dark. And pretty much everybody from town came out to go watch because that store had been in the town for about 100 years and had been a, you know, staple of the town. Because I remember my parents got me out of bed and told me that it was on fire, and then we went, and my uncle happened to live almost right across from it. And we went to his house, and we all sat out in his yard and watched it. And pretty much sitting there in his yard, everything that I'd seen in that dream was there. And it clicked with me as I was watching it real time. Like, holy shit, this is just exactly like the dream I had. I think I'd had the dream like maybe a month or two before. And yeah, some of y'all probably think I'm crazier than hell, but, you know, I know what's happened within my own mind and what I've seen, but nobody else can, because nobody else can know what's happened in my head. But that's fine, you don't have to believe me. It's all good. As a matter of fact, the friend that happened with, that I went to the mall with, is the same one that was with me that time we went riding around just looking for old junk cars and stuff. And we ended up somewhere neither of us had ever been. And he was like, well, how are we going to get home? And I was like, turn left. So I turned left. We drove for what seemed like forever. And he was really starting to freak out a little bit because we was on some, you know, back roads. I mean, some like single lane. Luckily there was no dirt roads, but it was a single lane paved road going back up through the mountains. And we finally reached the end of whatever road it was I turned on. And I could see he was getting kind of annoyed because it was getting late and it was going to be dark soon. And, you know, he didn't have any faith in my sense of direction. So when we reached the end of that road, he's like, all right, where to now, smartass? I was like, and right about then, a tractor trailer went by going from my right to my left. And I was like, same way as that truck. So I turned left again, drove for a ways, and this was a 2-lane paved road, and there was nothing but trees on either side for probably 4 or 5 miles anyway. And yeah, he was starting to get annoyed because we'd been on the fucking road since, you know, early that morning. I think we'd left at like maybe 10 o'clock in the morning, maybe even earlier than that. And sure enough, before it got dark, we rolled into the backside of a town that we were both very familiar with. I was like, see? But yeah, it was the same friend that happened with. And yeah, like I say, I don't really expect anybody to believe me just on my word. I know some people will, some won't. And that's fine. But yeah, those kind of dreams, they haven't happened for, well, they mostly quit happening when I was in my 20s, which I'd never really had a lot of them. I mean, there might have been some maybe that were minor that I kind of missed or forgot about. But yeah, there weren't very many of them even when I was younger. But then I guess I would have been probably my early to mid 20s. Might have been about the last one that I remember having. And I think there was one like later when I was in my 30s that I might have had. But since then, I haven't had any. At least not that I've picked up on. And I've always tried to kind of tap back into that to see if I could get it to happen more frequently or maybe even control it somehow, but I never could. Because that would have been really cool if I could have. Maybe I could have come up with some winning lottery numbers or something. But you know, it's like anything. You know, some people believe in ghosts, some that don't. I'm one of them that does. I've had my own experiences. And again, that, you know, like I say, I feel like I've always been a bit sensitive to electromagnetic fields. I think that's what gives me such a good sense of direction. And you know, one of the theories is that ghosts or spirits, I don't know if the theory is exactly that they're made up of electromagnetic energy, or if they can just somehow manipulate it, or maybe even generate a little bit of it. But, which I've always thought, you know, if you want to look at it in a scientific way, because you know the theory is energy can neither be created nor destroyed. So what if what we consider like a soul or a consciousness is an amount, you know, some quantifiable amount of whatever of electromagnetic energy that maybe resonates at some kind of unique frequency? So that maybe it would be unique to that person or whatever. So what if that's possible, you know? Which I tell you something I would really love just to get my hands on and be able to use and look through is some of the old red night vision equipment that the military used to use before they went to the green. Because the story goes that they saw a lot of weird shit through that stuff, which is why they actually stopped using it. So I would love to find a pair of those, like goggles or whatever the fuck it was. I don't know what it was. Somewhere, and use them just to see if you can actually see any kind of weird shit through it. That would be cool. Which I was meaning to look that up over the weekend and do a little more research into it, like see, you know, if there's information out there about how they were made, or maybe what was in them to make them red versus green, or you know, whatever. Just any information I could find on how they were made and whatever. Which I also find it interesting that I know a lot of ghost hunting videos I've seen, they'll use red lights sometimes. I don't remember now exactly why they do that. It's supposed to, I'm not sure why. Whether it's something to do with the energy itself, or something to do with making something easier to see, or whatever. Yeah, just struggling a little on the hill. But yeah, because even if they took every single night vision device that had the old red look to it, even if they destroyed every one of them, somebody somewhere would, you know, have the information on how they were made. So somebody could potentially recreate them. That would be something cool to make as a ghost hunting gear. Now that I think about it, we could recreate that. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I should try to do it and sell it or whatever. Too late now. I said it. Somebody gonna steal my idea now. Which actually there's probably already some patents and stuff on the like the night vision stuff itself that are probably still in place. I might look into that though. If I'm sitting here with nothing to do or whatever. Because imagine if that could work. There'd be a lot of ghost hunters that'd be lining up to get some. Ooh, and if you could also apply it to a like a camera lens or a camera filter or something, because you know a lot of cameras have some kind of night vision built in, although it's quite a bit different. Not exactly sure how it works. Oh yeah, dude, it's infrared, because I got the infrared lights. Yeah, I definitely want to look into that more at some point. Which I'm not one of these people that will sit here and watch ghost videos and believe every damn thing that's on there, even though I have had my own experiences and whatever. Because a lot of it I can look at it and say, oh no, that's either that's kind of an optical illusion, or possibly pareidolia, which is, you know, seeing faces and things that aren't faces, or it's just straight up faked. Because I remember, been a few years ago, there was a video went viral that came from Russian dashcam video, and it was of a car that appeared to come out of nowhere and cause a crash. And I actually, before that went viral, because I used to watch those compilations, I'd already seen that clip, and there's actually one part of it, if you slow it down and look at it really close, there's actually one part of it where you can see just a slight sliver of the car that miraculously appears just before the accident. You can see it behind the other car, but it's just an optical illusion because of the angle of where the camera is. The car that's between it and the car that miraculously appears out of nowhere blocks the view of the other car for almost the entire clip. And I've seen quite a few videos of stuff like that, and like I remember seeing one where supposedly it was this cat walking in place, but then and yeah, the first clip I saw that looked really weird, but you could tell it was must be something holding the cat back, like a leash or something, even though you couldn't see one in the original clip that I saw. But then later I saw somebody covering that, and they showed a different clip of it that had a much wider angle to it, and you could actually, in that clip, you could actually see the leash tied to something just in front of the store, because it was in front of a little store somewhere, and you could actually see the leash that the cat was attached to, keeping it from moving. Yeah, I've seen a lot of them where like supposedly somebody just disappears in front of a camera, but if you watch their movement and use a little bit of common sense prediction of how they're going to move, you can tell that they're being blocked by something else in the shot from the camera, depending on the angle of the camera. So a lot of kind of optical illusion kind of stuff that can look freaky upon first inspection, but when you really look at it and kind of look at some of the details, you can tell it's just, there's nothing there. It's just the fact that this other object or person or something is in the line of sight of the camera, and it's actually blocking view of the other person. But yeah, I've thought a couple times about doing some, reaction streams or something where I watch some of those videos and kind of analyze, what's going on, and debunking anything I can. That would be fun, because I know a lot of people do like YouTube videos of doing that kind of stuff, but I thought about doing it on stream. But, I need to look a little more closely into all the copyright stuff and all that, just to make sure I'm not doing anything I'm not supposed to be doing. So I want to read more into that, study that a bit more to make sure that I'm doing things on the up and up. And possibly even if I decide to watch a particular person's video or something, do that, maybe even try to contact them ahead of time and get permission. I mean, I know there's the whole fair use thing, but I think it would just be polite, and you'd probably have a little bit more legitimate if something legal come up, if you actually contacted the original creator and got permission. I was trying to whip out the hose to do the washing, and I'm not even back at the barn, because I was too busy flapping my jaws and wasn't thinking about what I was actually doing. Which one of the people I watch that does reactions to like scary videos and stuff, that's kind of what he does. I don't know if he actually contacts anybody ahead of time to get their permission to do stuff, but he does. I think when he can, he does that, and he never reacts to their newest stuff. He always waits like 3 weeks or more after somebody's released a video before he reacts to it. That way they get all of the views on the original video that they can before he does his reaction video to it. And you know, I think that's pretty commendable of him, and I think it's probably the way you should go about doing that kind of stuff. Even though it may not be necessarily legally necessary due to, like, say, fair use or whatever, but which, you know, I'm no legal scholar or anything, so I'm just more or less talking out of my ass, just on very basics of what I know from what I've heard and seen in other videos and heard people say or whatever. Because I think that would be, like, especially if someone do like scary videos, I think it would be really cool to do for like a Halloween stream. Because I thought about doing it, you know, last Halloween, but I didn't feel comfortable. Oh, I've got to open the fucking thing. Just set it down. Yeah, I didn't. You know, I'd not really done any prep work or researched it or anything, or asked anybody about using their videos or anything, so I didn't feel comfortable doing it, so I did. I just played Phasmophobia, which I also wanted to do for a Halloween stream. And it was really fun, even though I played it solo. Might have been more fun with some friends, but I still enjoy doing that game solo. I've played Lethal Company solo, and I would much rather play that with friends. Phasmophobia, I'm pretty much cool either way. Because I played that with people too, and it was fun. But it's also fun playing solo as well. But yeah, Lethal Company is actually kind of hard doing it by yourself, I've found. Of course, I've not played it with anybody else yet, but yeah, I found it to be a little harder than it looks when I've watched other people playing it solo. Or maybe they're just better gamers, I don't know. So that's got all the grass planted. I think that yellow thing, is that a roller? I believe it is. And if I'm not rolling this shit. Especially with that narrow sumbitch. And I'm not wasting money on getting another one. Any money I get now is going towards something related to doing the sheep or for the slurry tanker, so that I can actually utilize the slurry that the pigs are making. Which I'll probably have enough to get the slurry tanker by the time this needs fertilizing. Actually, while I'm thinking of it, let me go in here and I'm going to turn that indicator off. So yeah, it's going to need 2 applications of fertilizer since I'm not rolling it, which is fine. Oh, it's sprouted. Oh, is there no weeds? I don't see any, and there's nothing in says needs rolling, but it doesn't say anything about weeds. Well, wonder if I should go get that slurry tanker or just use the sprayer for now. Let's just go ahead and pull the trigger on the tanker since I've got the money for it now. See, it was this one, I do believe. Yeah, 165, 15-meter spread, which it's got the little injector things. So it'll be easier to tell, hopefully, where I've been, where I haven't been with this one. I will grab that and go fill it up at the hog pen, or pigsty, whichever you want to call it. I'll fertilize it and then we'll wait a little bit and give it another go. We'll see how far this slurry goes. If it don't go very far, I might do the second one with the sprayer instead. Because I've only got what's in the tank now. I won't be able to, because since I don't have any food to give the hogs, they're not going to make any more, so. Well, that was awful damn close. I'm surprised I didn't clip it just a little. I didn't really pay attention to how much this thing holds. But we'll find out when we fill her up. $15,500 liters. Quite a bit. We'll see how far it goes. And we'll see how much of a pain in the ass this thing is to maneuver. Let me get a little bit of overlap, but not too much. This looks good. Lower. Oh, it turned on automatically when I lowered, I guess. Oh no, it turned it on. It did turn on automatically, and then I hit the button and turned it off. Yep, it's going down, so. See, visually, it's hard to tell the difference between where you've been and where you haven't been with this thing, with the slurry. It was much easier to see. Now this angle is pretty easy to see. Actually, I think in 19 it might have been a little bit hard to see with the slurry too. Oh, this shit's going fast. Literally, liquid shit. Liquid manure. But yeah, it's going pretty damn quick. So I might do the next one with the sprayer. I was thinking, let's see, is there a way to see? Oh yeah, should be able to go in here and see. Slurry, if I can find it on the list here. Yeah, slurry. I got 112,750 liters left. And yep, unlike some of the stuff that will only apply if there's a place that it hasn't been applied yet, this doesn't matter. It's running out no matter if you're on the spot. Let's see, since I'm not going to be able to go until it reaches the end, I'm going to do a swath. Actually, I need to do it the other way. Otherwise, I'm going to run into the fence down here before the back of it reaches the edge. So make sure I get all my edges covered. I'm going to do a swath this way. Straighten the tractor up a little bit here. So, if I'd have thought about it, I should have done that to begin with, but didn't even think. I just did. But yeah, it looks like this tank's gonna be gone pretty much by the time I get done with this field. So it don't go very far. but it's just a natural byproduct from the hog, so I don't have to buy it. Now, of course, I've got money invested in the hogs, but I also get money from selling the hogs as well. So. So basically, while there is overall some money invested into the hogs themselves, this is basically free fertilizer. I need to fold this thing up and go refill it. I tell you, if you had much of a decent sized farm, I mean, this one ain't exactly small, but you went much bigger than this, you'd have to have several of these damn hog pens if you was going to use slurry, just slurry to fertilize with, because this stuff don't go very far at all. But yeah, it should, when I lower it, turn it on. Yep. He almost hit it. I would have had to jump out this tractor and whooped his ass too. I think I'm missing a little bit here, but like I say, I'm not super worried about getting the maximum yield out of this anyway. I mean, sure, the more I get, the longer I can go without having to plant grass again, but I don't think a little strip here or there is going to make that much of a difference, considering I've got the yearly growth turned on, because that's going to play into it and limit when and how much I can plant anyway. Because I got other crops that's got to be done, and they're more time sensitive. Shit. Getting my alignment all fucked up here. But worst comes to worst, I can probably go off somewhere and mow some grass. Although it might say you don't have access to this Used to be you could mow grass anywhere on the map, whether you owned it or not. You could still mow the grass and collect it. But it may not be the case on this one. I don't think I've even tried it yet. Gotta fill her up again. How much I got left in storage now? 88. Hell, it might be enough to finish this. I don't know. I think what I might do though is after I finish this field, I may swap out to the sprayer and just use it. Which it seems like it's going a bit too fast to me. Which maybe since it's basically free, maybe they made it go a lot faster to try to balance out the gameplay or something, but I don't know. I mean, I think it's always gone a little fast, but I don't. It seems like it's going faster now than it did in previous versions of the game. I mean, I'll be straight up, and I've probably said this before, but I think I actually prefer 19 to 22. And 17 and 19 to me are pretty close as far as how much I enjoyed playing them. And there's some aspects that 19 had that 17 didn't have, that if 17 had those, like particularly the terrain manipulation tool, if 17 would have had that, it would have been, in my opinion, the best version so far. But which, to be perfectly honest, it took me after playing 17 for at least a couple years before I ever managed to get 19. It actually took me a little while to warm up to 19. And you know, even before I got 22, I'd watched videos of people playing 22, and I was kind of on the fence about whether I actually wanted to get it or not, but I figured for streaming it was better to have the newer version of the game because people might not want to even watch me play the older version of the game, so I went ahead and got this. But if it was going to be just me playing it on my own and not streaming or anything, I probably would have got 19 instead of 22. Which I do have both 19 and 17 on my Steam wish list, but they're very low priority. Why did it not fill all the way up? Did I pull off while it was still filling? Maybe I did, I don't know. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, wasn't even enough to finish this field. So I'll finish this field with a slurry and then I'm going to get the sprayer. Almost regret buying this fucking thing now. And now that I'm thinking about it, what I might even do is just sell everything pig related. Sell the pigs, the pen, sell this thing. And concentrate on getting into the sheep. As I was thinking that the pigs were going to produce manure as well, but apparently not. Maybe they do if I used one of the vanilla hog pens, but I don't know if it's the mod or what. But at least I know with the one I've got, I'm not getting any manure. And the only other thing you're getting out of it is you're selling the hogs ever so often. But seeing as that's all I'm getting out of it, I don't think it's worth it. Not when they take so many different food types and all that shit. So yeah, I think I'm done with the pigs too. to do the last 2 fields. Oh, let me grab the front weight first. Almost forgot about the old front weight. I'll grab whatever's in this tank over here and top it off from the. So I believe this one's the fertilizer. Yep. See, this thing holds a lot less and not going through it anywhere near as fast. So yeah, honestly, you're better off just to get a sprayer, do the liquid fertilizer, and say fuck the pigs. Fuck dealing with the oinkers and all the bullshit that goes along with them. Kind of a shame, really, because I used to use the slurry and manure and all that stuff a lot in previous versions, but I don't see the point. Get so little for so much invested. Not so much as far as money, but just the time to grow all of the different food types and all that shit. Just ain't worth it. So goodbye, hogs. Your ass is gone. Which this thing's got a wider reach too. This is 24 meters. And the slurry was 15 meters, I think. I could probably finish this other field with what I've got, but I'm gonna go top it off first just to be on the safe side. Sorry, I know I'm getting a little quiet. I'm just feeling a bit disappointed right now. Feeling like I should have just bought fucking 19 instead of 22. But, you know, that's how it goes sometimes. And like I say, it's just my personal opinion. It's no, I don't mean any slight towards the makers of the game, which is Giants, or anybody that worked on the game. Which, if I'm gonna get rid of the pigs, I'd probably just leave these fields in grass. Just let them keep regrowing. Just keep refertilizing them and stuff. much all the crops I've got that I was using to feed the pigs, I could sell all of them too. Because the only thing you need for the sheep is grass. You can use grass or hay, but either one is fine. You don't need both of them. You can use just one or the other or a mix of the two, either way. At least I think that's how it is. Because I think before when I had the sheep, I was just feeding them grass, straight up grass, when I was up at the other farm on this map early on in the gameplay. Yeah, you know what? It's almost 7. Anyway, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and call it here. And then next time I'm gonna sell all of the stuff related to the pigs, sell all the stuff that's in silo, and just concentrate on the sheep. Because, yeah, honestly, I'm feeling quite disappointed right now. So, anyway, thanks everybody for coming by, hanging out, watching. Hope y'all have a great evening, day, night, whatever it is, wherever you are. Take care, and I'll see y'all tomorrow.